Alrighty. Good morning? Yeah, it's like 6 a.m., I guess. Good morning, everybody. Probably good evening for most people. How are we all doing today? And welcome to the third day of the ninth annual Metal Gear Marathon. Um, I may sound a bit croaky and a bit lower energy than usual. That's because I've been very sick for the last 48 hours, which is why this stream was delayed a couple of days. It was very unfortunate timing. If you caught the MGS2 stream, you might have heard me sort of coughing towards the end of that stream. That got much worse. I've had I've had a fun couple of days, but alive now. Uh, maybe. Um, we're gonna stick with the plan I had originally, that was split MGS3 into two streams. Um, those of you that have been around the marathon a long time will know, like, sometimes we do it in two streams, sometimes we do it in one stream, because it's about 11 to 12 hours, so you can sort of get it done just in one stream. But given that, yeah, as I said, I've been quite unwell, we're gonna go with the two stream split for this, just so that it doesn't run me down too badly. I don't need to be sort of getting better and then uh, destroy myself and make matters worse. So hopefully we'll be right. This will be about 5 or 6 hours all up, I think, which I should be able to manage, at least based on how I'm feeling right now. If something goes critically wrong, I may have to cut the stream early, but hopefully that shouldn't happen. Anyway, enough of a sob story. Let's. Oh, hang on. I just noticed we got some frame drop. Give me a second. I can fix that. So low that you guys probably wouldn't have noticed a frame drop, but I will fix it anyway. 0.02% frame drop, but less than a second worth of frame drop. Um, hey, Super Ryu, how's it going? Also, yeah, hey, Fab, hey, Iron Nitro, hey, Peanuts. Um, what was I going to say? Right. So MGS3 this year, things slightly different. Much like continuing the theme that we have been doing, playing the games with their like original hardware release. For MGS1, we did the PlayStation 1 version. MGS2, we did the PS2 version, and MGS3, we will continue and do the PS2 version. So we're going to be operating in 4x3 rather than 16x9, and obviously, uh, if you caught the MGS2 stream, you might remember there was the one major fuck up in the run, uh, where I wasn't able to properly grab someone because of pressure sensitive input issues. That still holds true in this case, uh, but hopefully it'll be less of an issue here, because we don't need to like choke grab anyone. I don't think. Uh, it's not even like, I wouldn't even make an argument for like best or worst aspect ratio. It's more a case of what something was designed for. I know there are a bunch of PS2 games that people have done widescreen hacks for, that it just looks wrong because the game was designed for 4x3. Um, in the case of like these games, they do have the HD editions that 16x9 them, but also maintaining the like UI and everything correctly. Like, it's a lot of work to change an aspect ratio. It's not just something, unless your game is built to change on the fly, which is quite possible. They did do that as well. But generally speaking, if something's designed for 4x3, you should be playing it in 4x3. Again, in the case of Metal Gear, that's not the argument I'm trying to make here, but just the aspect ratio in general. It's a bit of a touchy topic for me. Uh, because there's a lot of Super Robot Wars specifically. There's a lot of how do you call them, like attack reels. People have recorded all the attack animations in Super Robot Wars games, and like put them up on YouTube and whatnot. But they've recorded them in like stretched 16:9 when the game was originally in 4:3. So all the sprites are like squashed. Recorded in fucking 4:3. They're already using emulators to record it anyway. They're not recording off of actual hardware. Fucking run it in the right aspect ratio. Movies can be in 4:3. Again, like you've got to consider. So, like a lot of it comes down to like the like, especially for movies. In the case of Metal Gear, that's definitely where you make more of the argument. But like, you'll notice the movie sequences in this are in like letterboxed. It's in widescreen. Because like you've got to consider when you're laying out your shots, everything that the person is seeing. As always, playing on normal mode, as I explain every time, purely for the sake of getting the run done within a reasonable time frame. Yeah.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Pakistan, altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout bottle.
This is one for the history books. The world's first halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings.
And fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
Don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB 754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin to orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story, so why do you want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the West. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No, according to our intelligence, he's in Selino-Yarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino-Yarsk in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the West. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking.
I said this with the MGS2, but it feels like the textures are
Once we
less
confirm the
blurry
rescue, Sokolov, stand by
on the
recovery
PS2
point.
version.
A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proof.
Don't worry, you'll get very familiar with it.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talent?
She's equipped with 2 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as 2 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast,
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle. Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training?
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No, there's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
Now, if you do this bit, like, as fast as possible, we go from, like, 20 minutes of cutscene to 10 seconds of gameplay to another 20 minutes of cutscene. We're not going to do this quite as quick as possible. We'll futz around a little bit. But just to address some things, you see I've got the free-floating camera. That's the Subsistance edition. We can use the original static camera, but just in general, this game works much better with the free-floating camera. Get in my belly. Or backpack in this case. Just because of the way this game is designed with its, like, much larger areas, much more open, the free-floating camera is... The overhead camera is useful. I will absolutely use it in certain places. But the free-floating is just better. The more fun facts before we hit more movie sequences. I suppose just performance things people might not be aware of. The game's, like, cutscenes and, like, even those, like, what do you call them, like, in-game cutscenes, all run at 60 FPS, but the game itself runs at 30 FPS. Which is how they're able to pull off this kind of, like, graphical fidelity on a PS2.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger
This
happy
is
with
a
it.
dangerous and
The
important
suppressor's
mechanic.
durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She.
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After
Oh,
a week.
boy, will they stretch that one out.
What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
Boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me.
Oh.
Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top secret mission.
Hmm.
You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Gun. Knife gun.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
It is a little top heavy with movie sequences. MGS3. It really is about 40 minutes of cutscene out the gate. I don't believe so, Peanuts. I'm not actually sure. If it did turn out the case that, like, after all these years you run faster just with the knife equipped alone, that would kind of blow my mind, because I usually run around with the gun. Not that we should need it, but spare silencer just in case. Now, I can make life harder on myself by giving these guys the bees, or I can do it without the bees. What do people want? The bees is obviously rather amusing. Oh wait, no, wrong sequence. Not quite bees yet. Sorry, bees is the next scene. This is just identifying guards.
Major, I've spotted two
Getting ahead
enemy
of myself.
soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. We can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the Camo Index. The Camo Index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
More fun facts. The boss is voiced by Laurie Allen, who doesn't do really a lot of other roles. She delivers an absolutely phenomenal performance here, but she's not in a whole lot of other things. But one of the things she is in is she voices Pearl, Mr. Krabs' daughter, in SpongeBob, which always amuses the heck out of me. You think of the ridiculous, like the complex range and depth of the voice, the boss here, and like one of her other well-known roles is Pearl from SpongeBob. Ah, this is going to be problematic. The something that definitely, like, the HD editions improved a bit on is the input sensitivity is a bit less aggressive. Nope. Thankfully, it doesn't count unless it gets called in. All right. we had one vote for the bees, so I guess we do the bees. That makes my life a little harder. I got to scramble pretty hard to make this work, but it is rather amusing. Quickly up camouflage. That will probably be important. Oh, this really is gonna make things problematic. The bees! Man, what the heck? Wait, come on, up! I don't have the time to waste. Wait. The controls are a little stiffer than usual. Alright, so there's a experimental M16 hidden down the side there, which I usually grab, but if we're doing the bees route, we gotta scooch because we don't have enough time to grab it before, like, 5 guards come back. Not that I would use it anyway, but it's just, why is there an experimental M16 in a Russian jungle?
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight.
And now,
There are
traditionally,
sentries
this is where I
posted around
fuck
the
up.
perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
If I can do this without fucking it up, I will be very happy. But I almost always fuck this bit up. There's always guards where I don't expect them, and it makes my life difficult. Actually, we could probably use the, I'm not particularly skilled with it, but the motion detector, since our battery... Whoa, excuse me. Since our battery count doesn't really matter, we don't get cheaty goggles in this section, and the battery count is reset come the next section. The only problem, as you can see, with the motion detector is it picks up everything. So you can see the snake that's crawling through the underbrush here is setting off the motion detector. Thank you. Need a face full of snake fang. There are absolutely guards around here. I know it, because I always get caught by them. Where the fuck they at? Ah, there's one of them. This is, like, legitimately going to be a problem. I can't, like, micro-adjust my aiming. Um... So I can hear somebody moving. Hey, we didn't fuck it up.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come, I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America is truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I managed to get past them.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Freeze!
So this is the legendary boss.
Huh?
Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz.
Huh?
What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives!
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die. Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa! Impossible. You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do. But testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Huh? Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique. You filthy American dog! But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good. Pretty good. Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
Yeah, you can see was oh dear. Sorry, still unwell. You're asking about like kills. You'll notice all the Ocelot unit is either knocked out or nap time, whereas all the regular blokes that Ocelot himself shot are dead. Snake, 0 kills. Ocelot, something like 6 kills? So he's already fucked up his no kills run. Good job, Ocelot. I wonder if we could track how many kills Ocelot makes across the course of the game. That could be kind of amusing.
You okay?
Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best GRU has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished!
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No, this is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war?
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go. Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets?
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
The new blood has been rejected. Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left analog stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left analog stick to select the medical item and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
It's a cool mechanic, this one. Also, the Mr. Skellington over there, remember him. He'll be important later. Wrong button. We got fucked up.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
fairly impressive that they can lift it with 5 choppers. A little too excited there, Vulcan.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death?
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
We bring it up every time, but like this was an actual real weapon, by the way. This thing exists. There's like 2,000 of them made. And as you might be able to guess there was a critical flaw with them. As you can see, everyone's getting nice and toasty radiation poisoning. And that was the core issue with the Davy Crockett, was poor accuracy and no range, to the point of you would, catch yourself in the fallout if you used it. Oh. Well, the point of like field use tactical nuclear devices is to be more accurate. You're not trying to wipe out everything.
What a thrill with darkness
Where's
and
Hoth?
silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. supreme. I give my life not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze system shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad. So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you, too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This fox is still one step ahead of the hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We've still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB 754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells.
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. But serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the Boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in a violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the Boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The Boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little coaction?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week. And if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB in exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgin's ranks. We've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss?
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volgin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
Must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square 0. My frequency?
Oh boy, will they torture that pun.
140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the Virtuous mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lule Lo.
Lali Lule Lo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent, to the Khrushchev regime at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
Just to keep the movie sequences going, we will have a quick talk to Mr. Sigint, because we won't get to talk to him too much.
Yo, you're Snake, aren't you?
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
Also, remember that guy. He'll be important 2 games ago. It's not exactly a hidden fact, but Sigint eventually becomes the DARPA chief. Like he said, he is the guy on cutting-edge weapons technology. Now this gets a little more complicated because we can't really shoot anybody until we get a non-lethal weapon. We can give them the CQC, but that gets a little difficult. Remember this, horse. It will be important much
Looks like death
later.
wasn't ready for you yet.
Actually, we won't be covering that game on stream.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
I didn't intend to use that gun anyway.
Boss.
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry.
Remember when I pointed out the wall-mounted Patriot machine guns in MGS2? Said it'd be important later.
The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long. If we meet again, I'll kill you.
Didn't need the gun. Did kind of need that hand.
Go home.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with Volgin isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
I don't think the boss parries are like frame perfect, but they are tight. The inputs for them are weird. Oh no, Snake. It's 2023, you can't wear blackface. Ah, crap.
Who's that?
Oh, this is... Ah! Well, yeah, that's a problem. That's what I was worried would happen. Shit. Because I don't have pressure-sensitive buttons. So you can't do the CQC properly. It's gonna register it as like a full input at all times. Hmm. We can get back to there in like a minute, because it's all cutscenes. I'll be very careful with that. That's gonna make things very complicated. This really is gonna be like a super scuffed run, because I can't aim properly due to the way the inputs work, and yeah, pressure sensitive inputs for that as well are a problem. I do have like chonky ways of getting around it, like really clunky ways of getting around it, but I wasn't kidding when I said it's about 60 seconds between here and there, by the way. If you, like, skip all the cutscenes, you can fucking zoom through this game.
What's this? HQ? HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
Oh, god dang it.
Radio, some backup. HQ response.
I can still do that, right? Yeah. But yeah, there's gonna be more fuck ups this year than usual. Just due to wonky controller shenanigans. I should be able to avoid any kills, maybe. Actually, that's gonna be complicated as well, because I can't aim as precise as usual. Oh boy, this is gonna get complicated. You know, maybe it isn't worth doing a no-kills run this time. Now, I've had it brought up to me a bunch of times. That,
Who's that?
oh, bother. Go up. That apparently, like, oh my god. Gods falling to their death here don't count. Jesus Christ, this bridge is way more sensitive than I remember it being. This is ridiculous, actually. What the fuck? Well, we have no kills there. We're still good on the no kills count. No one actually went over the edge, except us, 4 or 5 times. What the fuck? I do not remember the bridge being that sensitive. Like, we were going from like the dead middle of the bridge, getting tossed off. Well, I guess at least there's no reason to attempt perfect stealth. Maybe the bridge physics are changed in the HD editions. And that's what's throwing me, because I've been playing the HD editions for so long. Because there are, like, subtle differences in the HD editions that don't, like, perfectly match the original versions. I didn't do my backpack, did I? Need that, I don't need that. This does actually matter.
Yo, you're Snake, aren't you?
And you're sick.
Oh, we didn't call him. Right.
Sounds like the Cobra unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose. During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair.
I don't think, like, the boss's code name actually gets dropped during the regular course of the game. You have to pick it up from codec calls.
The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo?
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb. So they're actually even more powerful than that. I don't even want to think about what would happen if she used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible urge to get inside. No, not just an urge. More than that. It was my destiny to be here, in the box.
Destiny?
Yeah, and then when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace. I can't put it into words. I feel safe. Like this is where I was meant to be. Like I'd found the key to true happiness.
Uh-huh.
Does any of that make sense?
Not even a little.
You should come inside the box. Then you'll know what I mean.
Man, I don't want to know what you mean. Between you and Paramedic, is everyone but me that is hooked up with a Major Strange? Yeah, well, anyway, I suppose even that dumbass box might make a decent disguise if you wear it inside a building.
This is so good. Can we open these lockers? No. Yes. Genie goggles! What? Huh. That is not normally where I get the cheaty goggles.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer. The name's Eva.
Just like one of my Japanese eroge.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were?
Yes,
Why?
because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a codebreaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
.45, huh? Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from. You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then.
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for shipping materials. Pass the heliport and continue north, and there will be a large crevice. Descend into that area, and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave, and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse, and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right, then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, how for your grandson? How's things going? Did it? Did it? I don't remember if the game actually explains the mechanic here, but like taking a rest is an actual mechanic in this game. If you like save and come back the next day, it'll count as having slept, and your health bar will heal. Oh, she did? Okay, I was miles away. But yeah, real time mechanic in a PS2 game. Like real world, real time mechanic, not the game progresses in real time. Yeah, it doesn't heal like cure screen Windows stuff, but it does heal just general health bar.
What's the matter?
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
We've got company. It's the Ocelot unit. Let's get out of here. Hurry. Don't forget your gear. Here, give me a hand. We can use this to get to the basement. Damn it, Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy. Huh?
Don't go dying on me now.
Oh, where are we? Don't need that, do need that. That. The amount you're carrying weight-wise matters. The more weight you're carrying, the faster your stamina gauge drops.
Where'd he go?
Oh man, this is gonna be such a scuffed run.
Just my imagination. Nothing here.
Yeah, I have, like, negative hope for, Delta. So if it's just, like, mega scuff... I will not be surprised. A good try, Fab. This is definitely one of the areas I usually fuck up. Like I said. Thing is, with this area, it doesn't really matter. It just turns into a run around like a headless chicken fest. Where'd that guy get a nap time? I don't actually know if this area counts for, like, alert counter now that I think about it, because the way the game counts alerts is weird.
Just my imagination.
Yeah, that, dot sitting in your leg is just your imagination there, buddy.
been waiting for this moment. That's it. That's the stance. I don't think so. What? A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were
It is a nice
auction it
gun.
off as a collector's item. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
We'll see.
That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left. This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn! This isn't over yet.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me.
Oh boy.
Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
Regret? No, but Jesus Christ, does it lead to some stuff. Like, we basically just kicked off the entire series there. Snake, Ocelot, and Eva. All the problems this will lead to. Not quite Kingdom Hearts level bad of, like, Sora shows up and everything goes fuck. But, pretty much cleaned up all the items during the Ocelot sequence. You know, thinking about it, I don't recall if Ocelot actually kills more people at this point. If we die to Ocelot at some point, we'll up the kill count, but whoa. Bit of theme transition lag there. Also, we got hit by a little kissy noise is the sound of a leech hooking on. You'll notice our stamina gauge is going down very quickly. Hey, we got the graphic. Nice. There are a bunch of those different little cinematics like that for different cure and eats, but they sort of happen at random. Or there's probably some sort of intention to them, but as far as I'm aware, it's random.
Eva,
Did you miss me?
did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
So you're back with Volgan.
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, she's here too.
Better be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traders have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Are you talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking, until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I'd found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
What did you see? What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the intelligence community sees it. I realized that the gravity in this universe was holding me back. That's all. People and countries are both changed by their environment and by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America, but it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth then?
It's hidden in the lies.
Are you lying too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie. That's part of my mission.
I'll have to remember that. If you need me, give me a call on the radio. My frequency is 142.52. See ya.
Like, I know leeches are still used to this day in certain medicines, but, like, is it proper medicine or quack medicine? Because, like, bloodletting in general is quack medicine. Don't mind me taking this strange, obscure path of ropes. There is a reason for it. The most important item. Yuck, 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 yuck. We are alligator. Actually, crocodile, which is different from alligator. Goddamn leeches, feck off. Ointment, not cigar. Yeah, well, a lot of Chinese medicine is what I call quack medicine. Your traditional medicines. A lot of it doesn't actually work. It's just what do you call it? When the patient believes it'll work, so it works. Placebo, that's the word. Thank you. Well, acupuncture stuff is more like massage, sort of. Like it's you're most of the time acupuncture is being done as a like a massage thing, like a stress relief rather than a actual like comparing it to like massage isn't quite right as well now that I think about it, because like a lot of like proper fucking claymores. Oh, it's with the fucking claymores. You can see them in this game as well. That's just on me. I was distracted talking about bullshit medicine. Like you straight up see them in this game. They're not even invisible. Like, at least in MGS 1 and 2, you have the excuse of the claymores are literally invisible. You can't see the buggers. Need to, like, relabel all the claymores, take off the this way towards enemy, and just put on this way towards bear. Yeah, I was gonna say, there is some level of science behind acupuncture from what I'm aware, but I haven't done enough research into it. So I should say, there is, like, some old medicine stuff does work. Because it was legit, like, when they discovered it. Just because it's old doesn't mean it's bad. But, like, drinking mercury to live forever, that's not gonna work, bruh. We have the early cheaty goggles. Why don't we equip them and like make some use out of them? The reason the cheaty goggles like are super cheaty in this game is not because you want to cheat the claymores, but because of the, like, you can see everything's so much more hard to make out because of the jungle. Like, the enemy has as much camouflage as you do. They cannot camouflage their heat signature. It's much easier to, like, you can pick them out there rather than that, where you're sort of like, it's pretty hard to make them out. But then you put the cheaty goggles on and it's super easy to make them out. The cheaty goggles in this are used for their actual intended purpose of detecting heat signatures. Who would have thunk it? Thermal goggles to detect thermal signals. Madness.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. No problem.
Understood. Return to your position.
Like, there's one thing one of my aunts swears by, which is ah, shit, come on, brain. Peppermint oil. Peppermint oil on the temples to cure a headache. And like multiple members of my family have done it and it worked for them. Then one time I was at my dad's place and I had a bad headache. She's like, "Oh, you gotta try this peppermint oil on your temples for your headache." I was like, okay. I really don't like headaches, so if this works, that'd be great." It did not work. Well, you mentioned an upset stomach there, Fab. I find peppermint tea works very good for an upset stomach. All right. This is going to be... So we can do some fun stuff here. It's going to be a little tricky to set it all up because I can't aim properly. So I can't do, like, magic pistol sniping like I usually do. You can see how much the thing is jumping around. That's just for me either pressing one of the D-put inputs or just tapping the stick. There is no fine-tuning. So pistol sniping is basically out of the question, almost. I have not used Tiger Bomb myself, but I played pretty competitive, like, state-level volleyball for many years, and several of my teammates swore by that stuff. It's for, like, sore muscles. Tiger Bomb, that is. Yeah. So, people may have figured it out from me bitching about the, like, controller issues and the pressure sensitivity problems and whatnot, but we are playing the PS2 version of the game, but we're not actually playing on a PS2. Because the game uses, like, very, very variable frame rates, it messes with my capture card and desyncs the audio in a way that I cannot correct. So I'm using... This is Subsistence, yes. This is MGS2 Subsistence PS2, just via a emulator, which is usually what I try to avoid. But because... the pressure-sensitive buttons of the PS2 controller, you can't replicate without having, like, an actual PS2 controller hooked up, and I don't have a... I never got one of those PS2 to USB adapters back in the day, unfortunately. And it's such an edge case scenario for me, because I usually don't emulate, as you're all pretty aware. So I've never looked into solutions for better emulation, because it wasn't a concern for me. I would prefer not to be... Excuse me. I prefer not to be emulating outright, but as I said, it was because of all the trickery MGS 2 and 3 use to work, it messes with my capture card. to the point of like desyncing the audio in a way that like I spent hours trying to correct for and just could not. Wait, door. Did we ever get the TNT? No, that's in the back, isn't it? I mean, actually though, Fab, I own this game like 4 or 5 times over. I have a thing in my my physical copy of MGS3 Subsistence. So this particular version of the game, I have a signed thing from Paul Edding with the time paradox quote. So not only do I have legit shit, I have legit shit with signatures. Unfortunately, I don't have Kojima's signature. That would be... I'm not gonna say that's my, like, it wouldn't be my all-time greatest, signature. I think I've already got that in the form of, Yoko Taro on Drakengard 1. I don't think you can top that. I think that wins all. Now, we're going to do a thing here. I'm hoping everybody's asleep. Pretty sure they are. But we've already, like, fucked up the, no... You wake up already! Holy shit, man, that does not last long. I literally just woke up. Okay, they're starting to wake up, so go fast. Eh? Alright, rest in pepperonis, budgie the little helicopter. Someone was awake! God damn it! Remember the exploded helicopter. It will be important later. Oh, you were, of course you were. You had already woken up. Thank you, Fab. Kinda set the alarm off there myself. Oh!
Ah, you're here at last. Looks like the boss's info was right.
Oh, this is... with the bodgy aiming, this is gonna... Oy.
Twice now you've made me taste bitter defeat.
Meow.
I hate to disappoint the Cobras, but you're mine now. All of you, leave us. It's just you and me. No one to get in our way. Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone. shots. This time I've got 12 shots. Okay. Draw.
How even do I do that, Huff? I think you just stand up in the middle. He'll come out and do his thing. I do know the thing you're talking about, Huff. I just don't remember how to trigger it. Nope. It's not something I usually do just because this fight's a pain in the butt. Especially with the current controls set up, this is going to be extra pain in the butt.
Tension like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip. This reload time is exhilarating. Ah. My hat.
Actual armor, in a sense, as it eats a hit for him.
Not bad. You got it. Damn!
Because I can't, like, quick aim, I'm having to, like, set up shot aim. Which, yeah, makes things fiddly, as I said.
Never felt a tension like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip. This reload time is exhilarating.
Oh,
I love it.
we triggered it. With the bees? I think we confused the game.
Not bad, eh?
Speaking of the bees.
Damn it. He found us. You were lucky. We'll meet again.
Now things get a little complicated. Oh no! Wait, we have the early cheaty goggles. Although I guess it doesn't really help that much, now that I think about it, because yeah, everything is the opposite of hot. We'd need like early night vision, but I don't think that exists. Mind you, I didn't know about the early cheaty goggles, so hey, maybe it does exist. I usually explain them. It's actually more visible than normal here. But the darkness in this place eases up as you spend more time in here. As your eyes, like Snake's eyes, not your eyes, adjust to the darkness. But obviously I don't want to be like sat around waiting all day for that to happen, so we go. Actually, we'll quickly do some paramedic calls.
I see you found some Russian glow caps.
That was the exact one I was looking for.
The Russian glow cap is a kind of luminescent fungus, a mushroom that glows in the dark.
Why would a mushroom glow in the dark?
It's bioluminescent, just like a firefly. It uses the so-called luciferin luciferase reaction. To put it simply, luciferin reacts with luciferase in the presence of magnesium 2+ ions, breaking it down into oxyluciferin and carbon dioxide. The carbonyl groups in the oxyluciferin are initially in an electrical excited state. When they return to their base state, they give off light. Did you get all that?
Not really.
Oh.
By the way, does that mushroom recharge your batteries when you eat it?
Huh?
I mean, it seems like if you ate a glowing mushroom, it might recharge your batteries or something.
Snake, your batteries are organic batteries. They produce electricity by utilizing the potential difference between cells. Organic batteries are known for their highly efficient energy conversion, but they still rely on chemical reactions between proteins and enzymes to...
So you're saying they'll get recharged?
Believe what you want.
Great.
Battery has recovered.
Paramedic.
What's up?
You were right.
About what?
I ate a Russian glow cap and it charged up my batteries.
Huh?
What's wrong?
I That's great. Snake, can you excuse me for a second?
Sure.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah. There's no way eating a bioluminescent mushroom would cause your batteries to recharge.
What do you think it means?
Beats me. Maybe it's all in his mind.
You mean like a placebo effect?
Why not? You've seen how gullible he is.
I guess there's no harm done. Should we let him keep believing it?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, Snake, I'm back. Yes, the Russian glow cap is a glowing mushroom, so it'll recharge your batteries when you eat it.
Makes sense. Checks out. Don't worry about it. Batteries recharged. Ringo, how's it going? Thanks for the follow. Welcome. This is the wrong puddle of water. Funny, my mind went to Apple. Ringo is apple in Japanese. That's not even like high tier weebery. That's like entry level. I've never really looked into Duolingo myself. Yeah, now you can see like the cave is becoming much more visible because we spent a bunch of time in here. Hasn't helped me much because I still haven't found actually where I needed to go, which is the other room with the water. This is the Russian glow cap room. Can we use the map to cheat in here, I wonder? Oh yeah, you can. It does list the offshoots as well. This is the water room I was looking for. In the back here is the torch. As I said, I never used Duolingo myself. I haven't tried it out. Mine's mostly just from years of osmosis. Now we can see much better. Now, if I make a crab battle joke, does anyone remember that? Is that even still marginally relevant these days? Do kids these days even know old internet memes? Crab battle. From the Newgrounds days. Their Flash animation, like, went away, and, like, nothing ever came up in its place. Like, there isn't really, like, a equivalent of Flash these days. You make, like, simple games and simple animations that were easy to distribute. There's nothing that really does quite the same thing these days. You've got things that, like, reach some of that potential with, like, RPG Maker and whatnot that allow you to quickly make a game, say, but not an animation, for example. And you can only make a very specific type of game. Don't know what an animatic is. Well, for, like, Flash animations, you didn't do it. It was usually, like, one bloke did it as a passion project. That's how a lot of it worked. And the more fancy ones, where they had, like, multiple voice actors, that would be, you get some, like, friends to record voice lines. But again, that was back in the day when it was done for love, not money. There was no way to monetize that shit back then, and no one was trying to. You were just doing it because you wanted to do the thing. Well, that's like, so that's where, like, Flash helped out a bit. It had the, like, it filled in the in-between frames for you. Or you took the lazy approach, like I did, and did, like, sprite animations. I suppose I actually did do a bunch of, like, stuff with hand-drawn assets and whatnot as well. Sprite animations, as in, like, back in the day, sprite animations, as in you grabbed sprite sheets from video games. There was a whole thing around, like, building sprite sets from games. Not that, like, actually doing sprite work is quick or easy. But, like, I am extremely familiar with the sprite work from the Mega Man Zero games, for example. Yeah, well, because, like, Flash, the program, is just gone, and there isn't anything that does that. And, like, your Flash player is gone as well now. You can't get, like, Flash stuff outside of, like, a specifically set up environments for it.
I've caught you at last. We are the sons of the boss. I am the pain. I will guide you to a world of anguish beyond your imagination. Let's get started.
That hung for a little too long there. They do eventually dispel the thing, though, don't they? Or do I actually have to hit him with the shotgun? I usually use the shotgun. Get off. Ah, dang it. I was hoping that would distract him from the Tommy gun. Pay attention if he's using like a... Because the drum mag Tommy gun, which is the one everyone knows, is actually fairly uncommon. It usually used stick mags. That's a shooty gun, not a sleepy gun. Bullet bees! See? Bullet bees. Yeah, Doomington, how's it going? Taking a bit more damage than I'd like.
Is that all you got? Oh, my brothers! Hey! I'll show you the true meaning of pain! My bullet bees!
Oh.
Get him! Grenade! Hey! Oh, go! Grenade! Show you the true meaning of pain!
Now you're just... What? I have never seen that before. That was pretty scuffed, but that's normal for the pain. When is it not? Let me get some fishies. Oh, you cannot knife while underwater. Interesting. Yeeshi! Can't remember if there's anything up there, I think. No, I don't remember, so I'm gonna go check. First. Yeesh. Boy, he's got big eye. Does it make it sushi? Raw fish with anime eyes? Yeah, I think I've not looked up the etymology proper of it, but I think the name sushi does have something to do with the rice involved. Ah, that just sends us back on a big old loop. Okay. Now, hopefully we won't ever have to use them, but having a big old collection of LF meds is nice for safety's sake. Wait, what? Did I go backwards? I totally went backwards. Lisa. I'll loot your stuff while I'm here. The LF meds in this work like rations worked in the previous games, because obviously in this, rations are actual food that replenish your stamina bar. LF meds are direct HP healing items. There is only a limited number of them, so you want to use them sparingly, or not at all is the preference, but obviously you want to have them there as an option. At least in this case, Peanuts, it's not like a lot of JRPGs where I'm like, well, is it the real final boss? Maybe I'll need it in another fight. In this, I know where my shit's cooked. Basically, my shit's cooked when I'm being hit by a flamethrower. Not that I use LF meds on the Fury anyway. I'm just trying to think, why didn't I use the map more all these years? Because that totally helps with just, like, exploring that place. That's a simple solution as well. It's not like I don't use the map. I use it in other places. Hey, Puff, aren't you at Comic Cat, or is that already done? Yesterday, okay. Well, day three is the... Or it was yesterday, day three. Well, look, I've been very sick for a bit. I kind of lost track of everything. Because day three is the, lewd day, is it not? As for how far are we in three at the moment? A quarter is probably pretty accurate, yeah. Might be a little more than a quarter, but yeah. I'd say that's an accurate assessment. Claymores! As I said, you can literally see them in this game. Actually, there's the cheaty goggles do work on claymores as well. That doesn't make sense, but I will gladly take it from a mechanical convenience. Mind you, you don't really need to go day 3 if you're anywhere near Tokyo. Just go to Akihabara the day after, and all the Dojin shops will have stock. I'm speaking from experience. Well, actually, I say I'm speaking from experience. That was quite a while back now, like 6 years. I need to go to Japan again. That very much on the to-do list, but that's expensive. It's not really that expensive, actually. Like, a Japan trip is pretty reasonable as far as, like, holiday destinations go. Especially for someone like me that doesn't do the regular tourist trap crap. But it's, I suppose, the actual holiday part itself isn't that expensive. There are other expense issues. Yeah, I'd love to go biking in Japan in a different sense. I'd love to cruise around on a motorbike, go around all like the coastal roads. Never to Mandarake, and I'm in trouble because it's so fucking tiny. It packs so much. Like, I can't move. If I'm like in some of the buildings with like my loot backpack on, I literally have to take the backpack off. Those places are not built for foreigners. The worst for it, I don't know if you've ever been there, Furf. The super potato in Ikebukuro. Holy shit, that's a tiny little store. Very, relevant though, because I picked up my physical copy of Metal Gear Solid Integral from that Super Potato. I was gonna say, I'm sure there's a silencer back here. There it is. It's for the wrong gun, but it is a silencer. I couldn't remember what silencer it was. Just that there was a silencer back here. I actually haven't been paying much attention to silencers. I just noticed we're still on our first silencer for the Mark 22. And, okay, thank God. I was gonna say, she's getting a little low, but there we go. A spare. Now, we don't really need to be here, well, except for that silencer. That's made this whole trip worthwhile, but, this is what you come out here for, as such. This is if you want to do the early kill, literal kill on the end. We're not going to, because we miss out on the prizes. So, yeah. And, like, I actually need one of the things you get from the end. Because some of my late game strats are built around that specific weapon. Alright, I'm gonna nip out for a second during this next movie sequence, because it's fairly chunky. I think we'll miss a single R1 input. Oh, actually, it might be we need some R1 at the start. Yep. There will be another input later with the Sorrow, but if I'm still stepped away, then we might miss that.
Get your hands off me. I'm not going anywhere.
Really now? How many times must I tell you?
Tanya!
Each time you resist, your lover will suffer the consequences. Is that clear?
Vulcan. Damn you!
Hold it right there, traitor. Let's find out just how lucky you are. Watch closely. One of these 3 guns has a single bullet in it. I'm going to pull the trigger 6 times in a row. Are you ready? Huh. Looks like your luck hasn't run out yet.
There's no such thing as luck on the battlefield. You'd better stay in line from now on. The Cobras will take care of him.
Has the CIA dog been disposed of yet?
The pain is dead.
What? He may be a child, but he's definitely one of yours. I fear Khrushchev may have a hand in this. We have no time to lose. You must eliminate him before the final test.
Don't worry. They'll be able to handle it. I'm leaving him to you, the field.
The old man is always sleeping. Is he all right?
The end is saving what life he has left in him for battle. Normally, he's dead. But he'll wake up when the time is right. And when he does, it will be the end for the boy.
Yeah. Sokolov isn't worth your love. You can entertain me until the rain stops. Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
The sorrow, is that you?
Yeah, so to explain why we don't kill the end. For one, it counts as a kill, but by trank killing him, you get the nugget, and the nugget is incredibly useful later against Volgan. But yeah. You have a brief moment here where, with that SDV that we picked up, you can snipe the end, and it will kill him. As I said, we are not doing that. But that's why you can get the yes, SDV in the screen prior. Yeah, Strix, how's it going? I mean, we're playing the PS2 version, so achievements don't reel.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here.
That's gonna make things more complicated. As I said, I can't do, like, precision aiming. The amount you're seeing it jumping is the minimum amount I can, like, shift the input. This is amongst the many reasons we do not emulate. Might have to look into other standard definition capture options at some point. Unfortunately, it's such a niche market. Your options are insano expensive or absolutely ridiculously insano expensive. And you know, a few years ago, I probably would have eaten the cost on going like insano expensive for SD capture, but we just don't do as much
What's wrong?
God damn it, Fab. Nearly there. Unfortunately, it's sort of like, as time goes on, it gets a bit harder to get me. Cause like, I know where the 3 guards in this room are now. I like, it's just... I know what I'm doing and what to expect. Let's do some crap battle. Well, so the other thing is, like, MGS 1 and 2, I can legitimately go for, like, a 0 discoveries, 0 kills attempt. Whereas MGS 3, like, 0 kills, certainly, but outside of the Virtuous mission, I wouldn't be pushing for 0 discoveries in MGS3 just because there's so much more room for shit to go wrong. So, like, an alert in MGS3 is more like, okay, now I just go into, like, big boss mode and close quarters combat everybody. I don't know, maybe me getting better at the game as the years go on is less interesting to watch. There is an LF med around here somewhere, I just don't remember exactly where. Getting traps with fucking Brahmin. You should think there's the LF med. I was gonna say, thinking about it, that is what I had for dinner. Dinner, lunch, breakfast, food. The last food I consumed was some instant noodles. During the opening movie sequence of this game. I'm not as familiar with the brand. It's a new brand I'd been trying, but it was a beef flavored, and it wasn't bad. I had their chicken flavor ones before. I quite liked them. The beef flavored ones, it's okay. If they're priced at the same price point, I'd buy the chicken ones over the beef. And hey, Striker, how's it going? They come with the extra spicy seasoning, which I quite like. But it's not like there's these Korean ones I get that are like uber extra spicy. That'll give you a bit of internal distress later down the line. They're that spicy. But they're very tasty. I don't even know how much, like, VR missions there are in MGS2. I've never bothered trying. I wish I had, like, access to, like, a proper noodle shop. That would be nice. They aren't really a thing anymore. They were for a while. Used to be plenty of noodle shops around. These days, not so much. Not instant noodle shops, noodle shops. Where you get, like, proper noodles. You know, with all the, like, the real extras and everything, the real meat and veg and whatnot, and the proper, like, proper noodles. Where is little entry point? Ah, there it is. Well, so, like, there's stuff city side. Certainly, plenty of options in the city. But to get me to the city, it's like an hour and a half each way. I have no desire to make that kind of a trip. Basically, the only reason I'd be going into the city is if I was going to buy Gunpla.
Look out, Snake! The guys who stole my stuff.
And even then, I have
are in
other
there with you.
options. Also, thanks for the subs, Eritol. Most appreciated. You didn't say nothing, don't worry about it.
Who's there?
Really? They usually don't react that quick. Interesting. Well, that's annoying. Wait, does it disable the hugs while you're in the... Because I don't usually cock this up. Does this disable hugs while you're in the scientist uniform? It do. Woo! Whoa! Physics engine went a little silly there. How is 1960s Russia getting Japanese poster girls? Asking the important questions. As I said, this is extremely scuffed run. CFAB, take it easy. So, like, the VR missions never really did anything for me in MGS1, which is why I never really, like, bothered with them in MGS2. Do I need to be out here right now? I can't remember. Shit. Nothing sus. Just a scientist guy hanging around.
Canceling the alert. Return to your position.
Rigaud is fine too. I'm sure the French won't take offense. Well, at least because, like, on the PS2 version, there isn't really a way to check the, like, a collectibles run. You'd need, like, a achievement thingy for the Kero Kero and the Gakko. Freaking Spooter. What is this, Australia? Can't remember what specific uses the Stinky Boy uniform has, but there it is. Is that Zone of the Enders related? Hmm. Always do a nice big lap through this place as there's plenty to see and grab. Usually without setting the alarm off. Picture of a wall of very high art. Don't mind me. Picking up one of the best weapons in the game. I wonder, can we call Sigint about help?
So you're wearing the scientist pattern clothing, face paint. Your field uniform covering your body. The camo. I heard you fought against KGB troops in the Virtue.
I was hoping he'd say something about the SIGs. That guy's annoying because he'll set the freaking alarm off. Now we have, even better than the smokes, a handkerchief of doom. But the smokes get a free refresh, so we'll stick with the smokes. Now this is where I usually stuff it up. Yeah, and because it doesn't follow the proper rules of having to call it in, it just immediately sets the whole place on alert. Oh, damn it! Fab just left. I told him we'd get to Zone of the Enders, and he's just missed it. Bugger.
If you're looking for Sokolov, he's not here anymore. Put that thing away.
There's Jehuti in the background.
Spoil my drink. So, you're the intruder everyone's talking about. Typical capitalist dog. No manners.
And who are you?
You mean you've never heard of me? And you call yourself an agent?
That's a
Very
better
well,
shot.
then. I am Alexander Leonovich Granin. A man of some importance, if I do say so myself. I am the foremost weapons scientist in the Soviet Union, and the head of the glorious Granin Design Bureau. This is the Order of Lenin. It is an honor of the greatest magnitude, given along with the title of Hero of Socialism to only the finest workers. It was awarded to me in recognition of my brilliant contributions to society. Since the Great Patriotic War, I have created countless weapons in the service of our great communist society. It was thanks to me that we were able to stamp out the Nazi scum. It was I who created the basic design for the mobile ballistic missile system you know and fear as SS-1C.
You're crocked, aren't you?
I'm merely drowning my sorrow. Because of him, I've got nothing to do but sit here and drink this crap.
Him?
Sokolov. It's him you're looking for, isn't it? Because of him, I have been stripped of my authority. My research has come to nothing. Look. It is a revolutionary mobile nuclear missile system. A bipedal tank.
A bipedal tank?
Yes, a walking tank. A robot. Are you familiar with the theory of the missing link between apes and humans? Well, this technology will be the missing link between infantry and artillery. A kind of Metal Gear, if you will.
You really didn't need to explain the term
magnificent
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear will mark a revolutionary step forward in weapons development.
Metal Gear?
But I won't be used so easily. No crying myself to sleep. For you see, I'm going to send these documents to my friend in the United States.
What?
These bastards will live to regret this. And when they themselves become the
Hey,
targets of my
that's the
creation,
OG Metal
they
Gear.
will know my true greatness. Yes, Sokolov's pathetic Shagohod pales in comparison to my work. What are you going to do with a rocket engine on a tank?
About Sokolov.
It's nice to be able to see all these textures so clean.
Need something else. Look at these.
Nice shoes.
Nice shoes.
No. Legs. Legs that allow it to go anywhere. Just as when humans learn to walk upright. That is the real revolution in weaponry. Don't you agree? But the fool's in charge. Joe Sokolov.
And where is Sokolov?
My project has been terminated. The philosopher's legacy has been handed over to him.
What the hell are you talking about?
The Philosopher's Legacy. Haven't you heard of the Philosophers? The Colonel has inherited their immense legacy. Volgin's father was in charge of the Philosophers' money laundering activities. In the confusion of the war, they somehow ended up with their treasure. And Volgin inherited that treasure illegally. We never need to worry about the military budget. The development costs at our facility are all paid out of the Colonel's deep pockets. The weapons born here will be the genes for creating an
That's a
entirely
really good track.
new form of warfare. The funding for my research came out of that legacy. Came out of it. Now, my money, my men, all have been diverted to the Shagohod project. Tomorrow they will be conducting the final test, while Sokolov is making the final preparations in the weapons factory at Volgin's main base, the great fortress of Grozny Grad. Here I am, playing host to an enemy spy and drinking myself into a stupor.
That's where they moved Sokolov?
Yes.
And the Shagohod is there too?
Of course. Hey! You're not thinking of going to Grozny Grad. Are you mad? It's an impenetrable fortress.
I'm sure it is.
You'll be killed.
I'll take my chances.
Wait.
What?
Listen to me, you fool. I want to help you.
Help me?
To thank you for your compliment.
What compliment?
My shoes. Tatiana gave them to me. I wanted to thank you for complimenting me on them. I'll tell you how to get into the fortress. In return, I ask only that you get that idiot out of there and destroy the Shagohod. There is an underground tunnel that runs around the
Remember
perimeter
these
of
shoes.
the
They'll be
fortress.
important later. No,
You
I'm
should
not
be
kidding.
able to use it to sneak into the base. Head for the mountains. The entrance to the tunnel is located there. Take this.
Punch card. High tech.
You passed through a warehouse on your way here, didn't you?
Yeah.
There should have been a locked door inside of it. Do you remember it? This key will open that door. Beyond that door lies the vast jungle. You can climb up into the mountains from the far end of the jungle. Go back to the warehouse. Use the key to open the locked door and head for the mountains. Got it?
Why are you helping me?
Unlike Sokolov, the thought of defecting has never once crossed my mind. I love my country. I love this land. I cannot even imagine living anywhere else. I wish to remain a hero of the great motherland. I cannot bear the thought of being hounded into a corner and left to waste away. It is already dawn. You must hurry. I will remain here and nurse my troubles for a little longer. To capitalism!
You know, I don't drink much, but I would like to get myself a nice flask like that one of these days. They're just cool. What was I gonna say? You, Zeratol, you asked if any of that, like, pays off later. Literally, the shoes, that wasn't a joke. The shoes do pay off later. The rest of it is mostly just set up for the series as a whole. It's unfortunately Kojima sort of over-explaining things. This is where that starts to become a problem. It's not. We haven't got to the skeleton at the start. That won't be till part 2. That's later. Unfortunately, that's a way bit later. The connections between those are quite far between. But yes, remember that skeleton. He will be important later. We haven't dealt with him yet. Technically, we have, but we haven't dealt with him in the direct connecting way yet. Somebody's having a good time. The shoes will be explained in this stream. Like, that won't even roll over to part 2. That'll be later in this stream. Yeah, these guys being psychic is just such a pain in the ass. Why they made it that way, I don't know. I wasn't kidding when I said the SIGs and Hanky are like the best weapons in the game, by the way. Like, that wasn't memeing. That was for reals. The SIGs and the Hanky are fucking god tier. Sorry. Having a little trouble pronouncing words. The SIGs and the Hanky. The cigarettes and the handkerchief. Hanky allows you to, like, close range instant nap time. And the SIGs is, like AoE close range nap time. Yeah. Yes, it is very much, does this smell like chloroform to you? Yeah, I've lost track of myself. Scuffed, run. I wonder if I could get away with one of those, like, they made these, like, HDMI adapters for PS1 and PS2 that introduces very minor amount of input delay. It's like 0.05 seconds of input delay. I wonder if I could get away with using one of those. But again, the issue is, like, it's my existing capture card handles most situations fine. It's just because Metal Gear 2 and 3, Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 are interesting in how they handle things, like with variable frame rates. Well, not variable frame rates, but like the frame rate, like, not dips, that's definitely the wrong word. The frame rate changes based on certain particular circumstances for different effect. So it runs at 60 in movie sequences, 30 in gameplay, and then when there's certain, like, filters and whatnot going on, it drops down to 20. All sort of, like, intentionally designed that way. But that fucks with my capture card and causes the audio to desync. And I don't have a way to, like, resync it apart from like an actual manual resync where I like turn the card off and on again. If you've been around for a long time, you might remember some of the fun times we've had with my capture card handling very edge case scenarios, like which one is it? Not Trigger. It's not Crusade. It's Chrono Cross. The menus in Chrono Cross are in a higher resolution than the actual game. So when you go to the menus, the signal goes up in resolution, which causes the capture card to kick out for a second as it's now reading a new resolution. And it's such an edge case. As my brain's still fuzzy from the sickness, I had to cycle through all the Chrono. Crusade shouldn't even be in there. That's completely different. That's entirely unrelated. That's Angels and Demons. It's a fucking great series, though. Not if you want happy times, but great series. Actually, isn't it even Angels and Demons? Nuns and Demons. I don't think there was angels. God, that's actually like a long time ago. Holy shit. That might have even been pre-teen for me. That might have been when I was 12, maybe. Holy shit, that could actually be that far back. Oh god, this is going to be a problem with this controller setup. Time for BR.
Coated in the venom of the Brazilian wandering spider. Soon a most exquisite pain will engulf your entire body. Your limbs will be paralyzed, your lungs cease to draw breath. Eventually your heart will stop beating. But what fun would that be? Not a fitting death at all. The boss's apprentice. I will give you fear such as you've never experienced before. Come into my web. It is time for you to feel the fear.
All right. First, we need to remove BR. And then we need to pray, because this is going to be a mess. Yeah, the controller, it doesn't move as fast as I'm used to. Shit, way to go. Dang it. So this is what happens if you stuff it up. It all falls apart. You basically reset the fight. Oh, yeah, actually, we can do the Guy Savage minigame, so... yes. Where'd he go? I'm going to run out of bullets. Like I said, this is the problem with this. Like, if it gets away from you, it all falls apart. Yeah, if you've got days to wait to make food go rotten. One poisoned frog. Ugh, this is... Scuffed run! I'm not. This is awful. I don't even know if there's like more ammo to like have. shit. The problem is, like, all the other food he shoots gets in the way.
That's so great.
And I don't have the bullets to, like, actually finish him. Ugh. Ay. I don't... There has to be spare bullets for the tranquilizer in here somewhere. I just don't know where. Because I've never needed to get them. It's all lethal rounds. It might be that up there, but you can't get up there without going up a tree. Ooh, if we caught him at the right spot, we could get him with the SIGs or the hanky. That's not even knockout rounds. Is there no knockout rounds to be had? Are you serious? It's going fucking mental, what the hell? I can't aim fast or precise enough because of the controls. And I know it's such a cop-out to blame the controls, but it really is. Like, the controls are different from what I'm used to because of the way this is set up. That's doing HP damage, not... We can't even beat him. And there's the whole thing reset. Is there really no tranquilizer ammo in this whole arena? Yeah, every time he eats, he full heals his stamina. Well, not full heals, but considerably heals. Which is why I said, like, if you lose track of the fight, you're fucked. It resets every time. That's why it's such, like, I'm always saying, it's like such a momentum-based fight. If you lose the momentum, it's over. normally it's not a problem. I can just do it with the gun. Oh, there's some knockout rounds. Is it going to be enough? Oh, we actually died. I guess that technically restarts the fight.
What's going on? Snake!
I can't remember the last time I died in MGS3. I know I was saying scuffed run, but this is embarrassing now. Ah. It's all fucked up. It's because because of the way it's emulating the controller, the aim on the controller is a lot jankier than what I'm used to. It's like we had like the pressure sensitive input issues earlier. It should be like a less than 60-second fight. See all my years previous VODs. Oh.
Snake!
But yeah, it seemed like the poison frogs despawned, so that's not helping us at all. Hey, finally! Even with the slow aim.
The fear! I see it! The fear!
Look, crossbow wouldn't be a tranquilizer weapon. Crossbow darts or crossbow bolts are not non-lethal. They are, in fact, particularly lethal. And that is why a crossbow exists. They punch through armor. Now, when eating bunny, make sure to have with veg.
Hey, this works.
Bunny is meant to be quite tasty, but it lacks certain specific nutrients. So if all you're eating is bunny, you will die. You will die full, but you will die. I don't think it counts as a crossbow, but functionally it sort of is. The stake gun from... Yeah! It was a problem like with that rabbit trappers had, because they'd eat the rabbits. There are plenty of rabbits. Ah, this is a good times. We've got all the meat forever. And then you would have deficiencies in certain areas. Oh, like punch cut them? Possibly. I'm not sure. This might drop a big ol'... Yeah. Big old thing on our head, though. Oh, come on. Physics. But yeah. Not that I wanted to demo it, but now you see why the fear is a problem if you lose the momentum. Yeah, we can drop a save there.
You got some instant noodles, huh?
Instant noodles?
That's...
Uh-huh. It was invented in
wrong
Japan just
paramedic.
recently. Add some hot water and it's ready to eat. It's cheap and can be stored for a long time. And besides, it's delicious. It's like a miracle food.
Wow.
Speaking of which...
Yeah,
Are you going to eat that?
I was planning on it, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Is there some reason I shouldn't?
No, that's not what I meant.
Then what did you mean?
I was just going to say that if you weren't going to eat it, you should bring it back to me. I've always wanted to try some.
Whatever.
Saving the game, Snake?
Will we get a conversation in here? Because this is technically a boss room.
Hey, Snake,
Oh,
you ever
nope,
heard of
we're good.
Godzilla King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
Like, a lot of people put forward saying, like, the original Godzilla is anti-nuke message. I argue it's more, like, anti-super weapon in general. The, like, effects of nuclear fallout is present in it, but to a much smaller degree than just super weapons in general. Like, the main anti, like, government and like big weapon subplot is to do with a different type of super weapon than a nuke. I have seen Godzilla -1. It was very good. Godzilla -1 is basically the 2020 version of the original Godzilla. It's really good. Hey, Crow, how's it going? Not the best, but I'm alive. Thankfully, it came out in theaters down here, so I did get to see it in theaters. I do not have work tonight due to circumstances. I was supposed to have work tonight.
What's wrong?
Yes, there will be a stream tonight as a result. What the? What? What? Did you see that? He kicked the staircase and woke that guard up! Actual psychic, yeah. Someone had access to the psionics handbook. Really, I'm not the DM. Remember, kids. Friends don't let friends play with psionics.
Snake, are you there?
Eva, where are you?
In the fortress, in Groznygrad. Dr. Sokolov is here too.
Is he all right?
He's fine. Right now he's busy putting the finishing touches on the Shagohod.
Good. That means they haven't killed him.
Not yet anyway, but you better hurry. They've already finished the Phase 2 tests. Once the final preparations are complete, they'll have no more use for him. The Colonel won't have any qualms about killing him if he thinks the CIA is closing in.
Eva, you can't let Sokolov out of your sight.
I know. Snake, do you know where Groznygrad is?
Granin told me that I should be able to get there from the mountains to the north, through an underground tunnel.
Granin told you?
Yeah, he even gave me the key to the warehouse.
Why?
Because he was drunk, I guess.
You've got to be kidding me.
Hell if I know.
Snake, there's one problem with that route.
What problem?
The mountain entrance to the underground tunnel that leads to the fortress is sealed. You need a key to get in.
A key? What about the key Granin gave me?
That key won't work. But don't worry, I'll figure something out. I have an idea. There are some ruins at the top of the mountains. Meet me there.
The top of the mountains. Got it.
Wait, there's something else I've got to tell you.
Now what?
I heard that one of the Cobras is waiting for you in the jungle at the foot of the mountains. He's a legendary sniper called the End.
Yeah, I've seen him before. That ridiculously old guy, right?
Don't underestimate him. He's known as the father of modern sniping.
Is he alone? No spotter?
None. He's all by himself. Apparently, he doesn't need a spotter.
You can't be serious.
The entire forest is on his side.
The forest?
Stay alert.
Yeah, I'd hate to have it be the end for me.
God damn it, Snake. You're as bad as chat. We've already gone past the point where you can like free kill the end. Pointed out when we went past it. Just refilling my healing a bit. Oh, we did. Okay, we didn't end up waste. I was gonna say we wasted a ton during the end fight, but I guess we died a bunch, so that reset all that. I have done it a few times. I think she just warns you about the Ocelot unit being on patrol out here. Which actually makes this zone a shitload harder to get through. And you don't get the nugget. It's just all bad. Now, if we wanted to scuff this run up any further, I could just accidentally kill someone. Like myself. GT goggles. It's funny, MGS4, of all things, tries to sort of balance the cheaty goggles by having them make a noise while you use them, so you can be sort of detected.
Huh? Who was that? Who's that?
I disagree with your assessment, game. Yeah, we'll see that during Chapter 2 of MGS4. Or, well, hopefully we won't see that. If I do it right, we won't see it. But, we are currently in the middle of Scuff Central, so who knows. Hey, agreeing, and totally understandable. It's a lot of people's favorites. For me, it's a toss-up between 1 and 3.
Hello? Hello?
I beg of you, grant me the strength to take this final prey. Let me linger in this world just a little longer. I have already slept enough for one lifetime. Enough for an eternity. You have my thanks. I have to thank you for waking me. If you hadn't shown up, my sleep would have been eternal. Do you hear me, Snake? I am the end. I am here to send you to your ultimate fate. You'll make a fine quarry for my final hunt.
Don't let MGSV be a thing. Don't worry about it. Didn't happen.
Eva, I found that sniper you were talking about.
That's the end. He's a legend, known as the father of sniping.
I've got experience sniping in urban and marine environments.
What about the forest?
Never.
I see. Well, that forest is divided into 3 areas, a river, a plateau, and a clearing. He should be lying in wait for you in one of those places.
Sounds like this may take a while.
It'll be a test of endurance. Be careful, though. From what I've heard, the End has an almost supernatural knack for camouflaging himself.
So, whoever moves first loses. This guy's over 100 years old, though, so I should have the advantage in terms of stamina.
I wouldn't be so sure if I were you.
Why's that?
I've heard that his body is photosynthetic, like a plant.
What is he, some kind of monster?
On top of that, he can speak to the forest, too.
So in other words, he knows it inside out.
Uh-huh. But he doesn't know you. I'm sure you can beat him.
Don't worry. I intend to.
As for holding up the End, we will be doing that. That's exactly what we're doing here, Sable. We're probably going to need some more bullets. Away. We got something we need to do first. Oh, not that way. This way. Bollocks.
You call yourself a son of the fall.
Or Grandpa. Well, not Rip. It's just having a nap. Will she talk to us about food at this point? Yeah, no.
If you run
Yeah, MGS4 causes some problems, and then MGSV is like, whee! But it doesn't really. What? I'm just trying to think, what did MGS2, like, back explain? Here, girl. Yeah, MGS, well, so MGS4 has some moments, that's for sure. MGS5 is a very good video game, but a very bad Metal Gear title, and I stand by that. I've said that since the start, and I maintain that. Where you at, old man? I think the only game I've fallen asleep while playing was Star Ocean 3, but that was not the fault of Star Ocean 3. I was just very, very, very tired. Oh no, Final Fantasy 9 as well, actually. Again, not the fault of Final Fantasy 9. I was just very, very, very tired. Fell asleep in a boss fight, woke up, the boss was gone because I had the counter set up. Chapter 4 of MGS5, pretty much as a whole, is fantastic. Except for... See, yeah, that's always a problem with MGS4. Except for the bit where it explains Vamp. It's just like, just don't. It's fine. You don't need to explain it. It's alright. Even before I'm somehow following my own tracks and we are just going around in circles. Actually, I think that's what's happening. I feel like circles are occurring. where is he at? Because he normally, like, takes pot shots at you, which is used to, like, home in on his location. Yeah, but where are you? Okay. He's up there. I could try to, like, pistol snipe him, but that's not gonna happen. Yes, Mission 43 is probably my favorite part of MGSV. Like, that part is so good that I would go so far as to say it, like, justifies the game existing. You don't have to do much with the open world as such. You can effectively play it as a mission-based game, which is basically what I did. You don't have to futz around on the open world. Because each like mission will have a sort of designated zone, and if you try to leave that zone, it'll give you the option to just dust off. This really is a scuffed run, my goodness. So, if anything, like, V is structured more like Peace Walker. Again, it does have the open world option. You can, like, go out into the open world and futz about. But you don't have to. Yeah, it is very much a shame that the Fox engine basically got wasted. It also, the MGS3 patchy slot machine runs on the Fox engine. But yeah, the like, the Fox engine was a freaking marvel, and Konami just wasted it, as Konami does. He must be, like, up on one of the, like, super annoying ledges somewhere. Or possibly, like, skipping around and just... I'm just missing him? That should give us his location. Okay. Can we just, like, headless chicken him? At least get him, like, moving. Said I wasn't gonna pistol snipe him, but here we go. Just get him off that freaking cliff.
I want some more.
I don't want to pistol snipe him out because we need to do things first. He runs. You can track him. That's usually how I do this fight. Because you can track his footprints. Footprints are these. The problem was earlier I got on my own track of footprints and it got me lost. It's another momentum-based fight. I realize it's a bit more of to call this a momentum-based fight, but like, if you keep up with following his footprints, dang it, I've just realized this might be impossible, because I can't do the super slow crawl. Again, because of like pressure-sensitive input issues. Don't screw this up.
Freeze. How did you? I don't think so. I don't think so. Here, take it and go. Try it.
Go. Because you get the nugget for trank killing him, so to get his camouflage, you need to hold him up. I do not wish to get a cold. I just had, like, either a cold or a flu in real life. That was extremely not fun. Basically, before this stream, I'd been in bed for like 48 hours straight. I don't remember if that works in the HD editions. Turning away from the flashbang to not get affected by the flashbang. The Nugget is a tranquilized sniper rifle, or tranquilizer sniper rifle. Non-lethal sniper rifle. I don't think it was the Rona. Oh. Mushroom, no good. I agree. Hey, Boyd, how's it going? Welcome, everybody. Thanks for the raid. We are currently up to the end. Oh boy, Ace Combat 7. That fucking game. Whew. That fucking game. Have you played through Ace 7 before? Or is this your first time? Okay, I won't say anything particularly spoilers then. I was going to talk about the final mission, but I will not do that. I made the mistake of doing my first playthrough of Ace 7 on hard mode, because I played the rest of the Ace Combat games on hard mode. That was a mistake. Oh boy. Oh, dogfighting the lightning storm is so good. When I first got my my like big shiny 4K TV, first thing I booted up on it was Ace 7 and did that mission because holy shit, that mission's gorgeous. Yeah, sorry. For the difficulty, I would 100% recommend playing on normal. Most of the game is fine, it's just the point score missions. Like the ground attack missions, the points it requires you to get are so tightly tuned on, like, hard and up. It's not fun. Like, actually not fun. He says as he flashbangs us. Actually, let's get some goat. Ah, okay. Yes, well, so that's also, like, the harder difficulties, I think, are probably intended to be played with more unlocks. So, like, if you go into them with the, like, like the ground attack missions with the better planes, then yeah, you probably not have a bad time, or less of a bad time. But as I said, like, because I normally play the Ace Combat games on hard, I was just like, well, we'll do hard, that's what we always do. Oh boy. Regrets were had. Pistol sniping. Which one's your favorite? That's the normal answer indeed. I think 4 is my favorite. It's a hard toss-up between the PS2 line. 4, 5, and 0 are all so good. For the most part, I would actually recommend playing the other games on hard, because it's about where it feels like the game is balanced for. And like, even 7 would be fine on hard if it wasn't for just how tight those ground attack missions are. I like 3. We did a stream through of 3 when the not the Nemo patch, but there was another patch, another fan translation patch after the Project Nemo patch came out, which we did on stream for 3. Three has a very different vibe to it, but I still quite like it. I would highly recommend playing one of the fan translations. There's a lot more going on in that game with, you know, the story actually being there.
We're just getting started.
Hey, this works.
Oh, hi. I was keeping an eye on CP 2077 for a while, but it just doesn't seem like my sort of thing. Even with, like, all the updates and whatnot, just as a whole, it doesn't seem like my sort of thing. Went to snipe the freaking bush. You ever played the Thief games, Striker? I can highly recommend at least the first 2.
Spirits of the forest, I thank you. The boss would be proud of you. The time has come for a younger generation to rise. I've been wandering for more than a century.
How are you here, bud? You're in my backpack.
Comes to a close. What a splendid way to end it all. I have no regrets. I can return to the Forum Allah.
Nice set of chompers. Hang on. I will link a thing, Striker, if you're interested in, like, if you're legitimately interested in playing Thief. Give me a second. Where is it? Watch this video and check out the pinned first comment. And that'll get you set up for playing Thief on modern hardware. Unfortunately, it is a little bit of work needs to be done because of the audio, because the audio in Thief is absolutely amazing, but it used some sort of funky proprietary audio that you gotta make work proper now. And also, we got the nugget. Delicious chicken nugget. We won't be equipping her until we need her, though, because she's 4.4 kilos of nugget. Yeah, no, you can get, like, Thief works fine on modern systems. Just, as I said, if you're interested, click on that video and check the pinned comment and maybe watch a bit of the video because it goes into it as well. That'll get you going. But at the same time, I totally understand if that's too much work. Oh, if you're using the Thief loader and everything, then you should be fine. That should get you going. If that's not working for you, I'm not sure then. Sorry, I can't. It's not a specialty subject of mine. I can't offer further technical advice beyond that. Beyond that, it worked for me. Funny, actually, talking about, like, Ace Combat being played on the harder difficulties. The Thief games are also ones I would recommend playing on the harder difficulties. Though, playing on the hardest difficulty can get very obnoxious because of a couple of... the loot collection requirements can get a bit silly. Yeah, so that as I said, that is definitely the way to go for Thief, but with like a conditional that it can make things, especially in certain stages, way more obnoxious than they need to be. Some of the stages' loot requirements get a bit stupid. Hey, Wiggly, how's it going? And assuming everything runs, well, assuming I don't get more sick, basically, we'll actually be streaming during like the New Year's tick over tonight. See you, Zeratol, and the shoes reference is actually in about like 10-15 minutes time.
Who's that?
Oh, bollocks. Fucking PG! He just comes rolling in with a fucking RPG. But yes, I did forget to change the camo. I got too distracted by talking. God damn it. I'm bad at this streaming thing.
HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We've lost sight of the intruder, going into high alert.
Acknowledged. The enemy is still nearby. Pursue and engage him.
Hey, Xeon, how's it going? Yeah, well, Animals takes us up to the 95%. It is the actual best camo for this area. Which is the one you get from Ocelot. Those boys will eventually go to sleep. This is also the area where I, like, on my original playthrough, I got the most use out of my cheaty goggles, but there's an interesting reason for that. As you might be able to see, it is sort of difficult to pick the guards out here with their camo. They are actually well equipped for the area they're working. But when I originally played through the game, I was playing. I had a NTSC copy of the game, and I was playing on a PAL TV, and it didn't like getting an NTSC signal, so it displayed in black and white. Try to pick out camouflaged guards in black and white. You can't. They are effectively invisible. The cheaty goggles makes them extremely visible.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
Control here. Unable to determine the problem.
Understood. Return to your position.
This is the guy that just sat in the back the whole time, doing nothing. Which stealth guards? Because you get the cheaty goggles, like, literally right at the start of the plant, and you get them after Olga and Tanka. Oh, okay. Wonder if we can... You know what? This is already a mega scuffed run, so I'm gonna try some things. Does the nugget immediately put us into alert out here? Because it makes a lot of noise. Oh, the stealth prototypes. It does not cause an immediate alert. Now this shouldn't... He will die, but this shouldn't count as a kill with the way the game is programmed.
HQ. This is HQ.
Patrol here. We found signs of an intruder. Commence alert formation.
Didn't realize it had set the alarm off, though.
Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
They're gonna come in from behind, aren't they? It's fucking Jamil and his RPG again! At this point, half it doesn't matter. This is like mega scuffed.
What's wrong?
As for, like, sleeping the hover boys, I thought it was just during the escape sequence that you got, like, freebies for it as such. But it's all hover boys. Really? There's another. Go away. This I should probably way up. Okay. Hey, Folly, thanks, thanks for the follow there. What was I gonna say? So the hover boys don't actually appear here normally. The helicopter that we TNT'd much earlier in the game is patrolling this area, but because we TNT'd the helicopter, it's not patrolling this area. Does the nugget not set off gun alerts? Interesting. I thought it did. Might be because everybody's already asleep. Nope, everybody is not asleep.
This is HQ.
Patrol here.
But you can't put the helicopter to sleep. Normally, I don't, like... Normally, I perfect stealth this, so this is very different from my regular approach. We are playing Big Scuff today. Metal Gear Solid 1 rather than MGS2, and yes, that is exactly the case, Wiggly. Dr. Clark would have been referred to generically rather than a he, she pronoun. It's like... The other thing is... excuse me. At the point of MGS1, Dr. Clark didn't have a male or female, like, it didn't have a gender, because they weren't an established character, they were a throwaway line. The character of Dr. Clark is established later. That was mostly just me making a joke. There's a few characters that get misgendered because of that. Olga's child as well gets referred to as a he. Because they would have been referred to like sort of generically in Japanese. Look at this, we're getting to talk translation and localization during Metal Gear. Somebody took painting the town red a little too literally. Yeah, that's because of fucking licensing bullshit. Red crosses aren't allowed to be used in games, which is just fucking ridiculous. Now the chopper is back. And I would argue that, like, you shouldn't get alerted for the nugget while the chopper is flying around, because ain't no one gonna hear the nugget go and click. It has been weird seeing, like, the whole almost, like, normie awakening about, like, translation and localization shenanigans occurring because of the AI translation of Ancient Mega's Bride. Because that wasn't about, like, translation or localization shenanigans. It was basically them trying to, get their translation done as quick and as cheap as possible. But now it has started a whole it wasn't up to this point, but going forward they'll be using AI for the translation on it. And like the reason they gave was to combat piracy, because like piracy releases release at the same day as the Japanese releases, and the AI would give them, you know, supposedly faster translation access. It doesn't. It's bullshit. Like it's all bullshit. But somehow it turned into like a like normies coming to realize how much bullshit there is. I'm glad that it's happened. I've been going on about this shit for fucking over a decade, but like, this is such a weird thing for it to spring from. Because I would argue this is not what you'd want to be like championing AI translation for. in general, AI translation isn't there. Like, it's not in a good enough state for, like, public consumption. AI translation is another element of the machine translation tools. But if you're using machine translation tools, you need a working knowledge of Japanese to use, like, MTL properly. And it's the same with AI. Like, you have to be able to, on the fly, correct for its fuck-ups. So you need to sort of have a feed of what the original is, an understanding of, like, how the original works, and you're just using the machine tools as a resource rather than, like, your primary. It will eventually get there. But it is absolutely not, like, at the point where the general public it's not appropriate. It's not in a state where it's appropriate for the general public, which you don't just release, like, AI translated stuff anyway. It gets, like, passed through an editor and whatnot. But that's, like, at the point we're at with it, doing a, like, edited MTL translation, you might as well just do a regular translation. The amount of, like, time and effort it takes. As I said, like, the AI translations will eventually get there. But, like, it isn't there.
Well, that was quick.
You look like you could use some rest.
I'll be fine. It's just that playing these two roles hasn't left me much time to sleep.
Where'd you get those cuts?
The Colonel,
He found out?
if he knew, I'd be dead already. No, this is his hobby. He's a sadist. He gets pleasure out of making people suffer. He's scum. Does it look that strange to you?
No. I'm the same way. Scars all over.
Can I see?
No. Where'd you get this one?
I got it after defecting to the Soviet Union.
I don't think so. It's older than that. Code breaking is a desk job. Where'd you get this kind of scar?
You really want to know? Well, too bad. A girl's got to have some secrets, you know. But enough about that. You've got to get going. The Phase 2 trial of the Shagohod is about to start, and it looks like someone might be coming to spoil the party.
Khrushchev?
His forces are on their way here. The Colonel is gathering his troops together to meet them. If we don't get a move on, the security will be even tighter than it is now. You'll need this key. It unlocks the door to the underground tunnel. Once you're in there, you can follow the tunnel to get inside Groznygrad. Better take these two. They should come in handy. And take this too.
What is it?
The food of the future. A well-balanced meal for the space age. It's good to eat some real food once in a while. I'll bet if I kissed you, you'd taste like a wild beast.
Do you know where exactly in Groznygrad Sokolov is located?
He's in the heart of the fortress, the weapons lab. The weapons lab is divided into 3 wings. There's the East Wing, which houses the research facilities. Then there's the main wing where the weapons are assembled. That's where the Shagohod is. Finally, there's the West Wing, which is connected via a passageway to the main building. That's where Sokolov is. To get in, you'll have to enter the main wing from the East Wing. Then, go through the passageway on the 2nd floor of the main wing.
The West Wing of the weapons lab. Got it.
There's just one problem.
Not again.
The West Wing is protected by the highest level of security. You need to be Colonel class to get in.
Colonel class?
Here, look at this picture. Major Ivan Rydenovich Rykov. Pretend you're him.
How do I do that?
Steal his clothes. You look similar from behind. They won't know the difference. Your face might be a problem, so you just have to figure something out. He should be somewhere in the East Wing.
Oh, right. But how am I supposed to escape once I get Sokolov out of there? Command said you're supposed to have something ready for me.
And I do. There's a lake 30 miles north of here. I hid a wig there.
A wig?
It's a state-of-the-art ground effect vehicle.
A ground effect vehicle? I can't fly one of those.
That's okay. I happen to be an excellent pilot.
Taking off from a lake is trickier than it looks. It's not like riding a motorcycle. You've got to be more delicate.
Of course I will. You've seen how good I am with the bike, right?
Right. You handle the escape then. I'll head for Groznygrad.
Wait a minute. There's something I wanted to ask you.
What?
What's the story between you and the boss?
She was like a mother, and my master.
And your lover?
It went deeper than that.
Deeper?
Half of me belongs to the boss.
Do you love her?
No, nothing like that.
Do you hate her?
Does it have to be one or the other? Love or hate?
Between a man and a woman? You bet.
For 10 years, we lived and died together. You couldn't possibly understand.
And you think you can kill her now? That's your mission, isn't it? Assassinating the boss? Snake? Is there anyone you like? Someone special?
I've never been interested in other people's lives.
You were interested in the boss.
She was different.
Really? How do you feel about me?
I should be asking you the same question.
Me? I can fall in love if it's part of the mission. Even with you. Snake? What's wrong? See you around, Snake. Take care of yourself.
What about you?
I've got to hurry back and play my other part.
Are you going to be okay?
Not sure. They're not stupid, and they know there's a spy. There's no way you could have gotten this far all by yourself.
There is not that many of that tank in existence, just by the way. It's a anti-nuclear Object 276, something like that.
Colonel. Did he talk?
No. He died before I could get it out of him.
He wasn't the spy then.
Now, remember when I said remember those shoes?
Look at this.
A transmitter?
Exactly. Planted to keep someone informed of his location.
Told you it was set up.
But does this mean Grannon was the spy?
Perhaps he was being used by someone else.
Perhaps. This man was our comrade.
Comrade or not, he's of no use to us now.
I don't approve of your methods.
I don't need your approval. I'm in command here.
And that nuclear shell?
Still feeling sore about that, are you? What are you gonna do? Report it to the authorities? This is war, Major. A Cold War, fought with information and espionage. We must root out spies wherever they hide. It is kill or be killed. Potential threats must be weeded out. Your feelings are a menace to the unity of our organization. Someone is guiding the enemy's hand. A single man can only accomplish so much. Make no mistake, there is a spy among us.
But casting suspicion on our own comrades.
The C3 explosives have been stolen.
You think it was the American?
No. He could not have reached this fortress yet.
Then who?
I'd be careful about suspecting your own men.
Boss!
Where have you been?
The fear and the end have fallen.
Damn it! CIA dog? That leaves only the Fury. How can the legendary Cobras be beaten so easily?
He's good.
Fallen for him?
Don't worry. I'll take care of him.
What is he after? Must be more than just Sokolov.
America is out to destroy the Shagohod and get its hands on your inheritance. The philosopher's legacy.
Huh? Impossible. The legacy, it...
Then they're out to kill me as well. Colonel, tighten the security on this place. He's coming here, I'm sure of it. I'm gonna get the Davy Crockett.
Perfume. Nice boots. Make sure you polish them up properly.
In general, the characters are great in this game. There really isn't any, like, the only misses would be the Cobra Squad as a whole, because you don't get to spend much time with them, but at the same time, like, if the other option is, like, MGS4, where it just, like, dumps their plot all over you, I'd rather have not knowing them so much to over-explaining them, for sure. There was something else. Volgin never gets explained. And that's how it should be. On the topic of over-explaining versus under-explaining. You don't need to over-explain everything. There's some things I just prefer not to know. Now, I did say that we're going to split this game into 2 streams instead of trying to do it all in one stream, and that is definitely still the case. I've been playing very poorly. We have had much scuff. We are quite far behind schedule, and I'm still definitely not 100%. So this is the traditional stopping point for where we stop. So we will indeed be stopping here. Well, we'll get to listen to another of Paramedic's save talks.
Snake, have you seen 007 From Russia with Love?
Nah, I don't like those movies. Real spies are nothing like James Bond. It's pure fantasy.
Snake, I don't think the Major's going to like you saying that.
And even though it's fiction, I can't help but comparing myself to Bond.
What exactly don't you like about James Bond? I mean, is it the fantastic gadgets? The cars? The guns?
Major.
Snake, wouldn't you like to have a gun shaped like a pen?
What good is a pen gonna do me in the jungle? I'd look like a fool.
Then what about a snake-shaped gun? You could make it look like you're grappling with a giant snake and then get a shot in on the enemy while they're distracted. Ha!
Okay, now you're being ridiculous.
We'll make you a snake-shaped gun that folds up and fits into an attaché case.
Will you give it a rest?
Oh, I get it. You're worried about how to handle the ladies, aren't you?
No.
I knew it. To tell you the truth, I don't like the idea of playing hanky-panky with enemy femme fatales either. But that's part of Bond's appeal. You could learn a thing or two from him. I mean, what about this Eva? What are you planning to do with her?
I don't even trust her yet.
No, that's not what I mean. You can't let yourself get involved. This is a game of spy versus spy. She's using you just as much as you're using her.
I realize that.
You've got to grab the initiative, and to do that, you have to get the upper hand in the relationship. That's what a spy is supposed to do.
Get the upper hand? I don't think I'm cut out for that mission.
Maybe if you change your code name to 00 Snake.
Major.
007 is the biggest thing to come out of England since the Mayflower. I wouldn't be surprised if they made 20 more of those movies.
Didn't you know? The Major is a huge James Bond fan. Don't get him worked up like this.
Worked up?
Maybe you don't realize this, but now that you've got him started talking about Bond, I'm going to have to listen to him lecture for a whole hour after he gets off the radio.
You have my sympathy.
It's too bad you can't enjoy such a great movie, though.
I guess I'm just one of those people who can't enjoy spy flicks.
It's funny, there's even more than 20 of those fuckers now. Been a while since I saw a Bond movie, though. I don't think I've even seen the most recent ones. But yeah, so that's where we're gonna pack things up for today. Like, I don't know if they flopped or not, Wiggly. I just wasn't really into Daniel Craig as Bond. Like Daniel Craig and a bunch of other things. I like him as an actor. I just didn't like him much as Bond. But I also have a pretty heavy bias. I grew up, like, my dad fucking loved Bond movies, so I grew up watching, you know, all the classics. Sean Connery, Pierce Brosnan, Peter Moore. Yeah. George Lazenby? Is that, I'm trying to. Roger Moore. Roger Moore. George Lazenby. There we go. Brain's kicking in. Anyway, yeah. This is where am I pack things up? Barring sickness issues, which could legitimately be a concern. As I said, I was very unwell for the last like 48 hours. I'm doing better now, but hopefully that holds. If I go bad again, just keep an eye on Twitter or the Discords or whatnot. There'll be information up there. Hopefully I'll be right. And if I am right, we'll be back in basically at midnight. It's approximately 12 hours time to kick off the new year with the back half of Metal Gear Solid 3. Wait, Kota, what? When did you get here? Oh dear. Bad timing. I apologize. But yeah. For now, that is all. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye.